Welcome back to All the Action. We're here with the Houston Open 2025, coming to you live from Prairie View Cricket Complex. Got another exciting game on our hands as the Clarion Eagles take on the Knight Riders United. Had the toss a little bit earlier as well with Faisal Shah. Let's go down and find out what's happened.
All to play for here in this decider. I've got both the captains and the match official, Mr. James, ready for the coin toss. Both the teams are in the race for qualification. Jesse Singh, Saif Badr. Jesse will give it a flip. Saif will call. Go ahead. Heads. Heads is the call. It is heads. Clarion Eagles has won the toss. Saif Badr, what are you doing and why?
We are batting first. So it's the same pitch we are playing from last 3 days. So it looks a bit rough and it will become like more rougher. So yeah, we are going to bat first.
It's been an up and down tournament for you. 60 all out here, 234 yesterday. What was the difference?
It was just a warm-up game for us. It was like a bad day. We left it, but we had a very good game yesterday, and we know our team is good enough. So new day, we'll start new here.
Any changes in your team?
Now we are going with one change. Saideep is in. We're replacing Arya.
Okay, go well, Saif Badr. All the best. Happy with the decision at the toss?
Yeah, I mean, you got to take it whatever come your way. But if we had to win the toss, I think we would have batted first as well. Given the conditions, obviously, I think it's the same strip been used for the last 2-3 days. And yeah, I have a feeling it might dry out a little bit. But it's always a bit hard to read the PVCC wicket. So yeah, I think we'll just take the challenge and bat a ball first.
2 out of 2, but the job is still not done in terms of qualification. Interesting situation in terms of group standings.
Yeah, it's still a do or die game after having 2 good games, and that just speaks the caliber of these tournaments. And yeah, I think we just taking one game at a time, apply ourselves and do the best we can.
And any news on the team changes?
It's the same team as yesterday.
Go well, Jesse Singh.
Thank you.
So the news from the center is that Clarion Eagles have won the toss and they will bat first.
Thank you so much, Faisal. And there you have it. The news out of the middle. It's the Clarion Eagles who have won the toss and they're going to have a bat first. And we're seeing more and more of this decision as this pitch starts to play better and better over time. This morning, an exciting contest in which Atlanta Fire came out on top thanks to some really good batting. And again, those conditions just helping the batters now after a difficult first 2 days. I'm joined alongside Lenny Achebir, who's been doing single man duty at the other ground for 40 overs. Welcome, Lenny. You've got a bit more help.
Yeah, thanks, Manali. And our good friend Shaw Faisal is doing a duty there. I might go back to that game, but let's see how it works out. So Mukhtar Ahmed, yeah, that's the Clarion Eagles side, having won the toss, electing to bat. Some top talent here. Sanjay Krishnamurti is the top of the order, has really played well. Harmeet Singh, when it comes around to bowling, is going to be a factor. And Mukhtar Ahmed, he's out in the middle already. And let's see what we've got. We've got Najaf Shah, another tall fast bowler. Jesse Singh will start.
And bowling into the wind again. Seasoned campaigner Jesse Singh recently had some time out at the IPL and then featured in the North America Cup, winning that championship.
And Manali, this is a critical game for both teams. Both teams already with points on the table. So this is going to be a real decider between the two teams that locked in the middle. We saw the early morning session that decided between the Houston Stars and the Seattle Thunderbolts, with the news that the Stars are going places. And so this one,
well, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for the first official delivery of the game.
yeah, Jesse Singh, his cricket has really gone upwards. I remember seeing him years ago as a young fast bowler in the New Jersey area. And you never know what 10 years or 12 years later where a cricketer coming out from New Jersey will end up. And here he is. You talked about, I know you guys spoke about all the exploit of where he has been in the last month with the IPL, of course.
First ball delivered and first runs on the board as well. That's a quick single to Mukhtar Ahmed.
Yeah, Mukhtar Ahmed, he loves to strike the ball. I recall a few years ago, might have been 8 or 10 years ago, he got onto the Pakistan first class scene and really hammered his way into the national team. Saidib Ganesh is the batsman who comes in to strike. He's another top player. And so we're coming down to the latter stages. Teams hoping to do well and to seal that spot to go into the last 4. Ball into the offside, and so 2 runs on the board.
What do you reckon is going to be par score? The sun is out. The conditions have certainly changed since the morning games.
Yeah, we've seen it on this pitch, and not only in this tournament. I see 160, 170 is still a very good score. We've seen earlier, I think yesterday and earlier today, score what 153 was the chasing score. So something around 160, 170 just to put it safe.
Well, going for a big swing and a miss. He's thrown the absolute kitchen sink in that one.
Yeah, that's how Mukhtar Ahmed plays. And he already got a few runs in this series. Got a 43 the other day on the other side. And if he can get going, he scores pretty quickly. Loves to hit the ball. And if you ask Mukhtar Ahmed to really guard his wicket, he's not that type of player who will do that. So you see, he's here to really get going and get going very quickly. So the weather has really held up. Not so windy, Manali, at least for today. Yesterday we saw a couple of the equipment, some of the equipment that is used to cover the grounds were all over the place. But today has been quite calm. And so far so good. Good for us.
Trying to get it nice and full in the block hole. Can't quite get under that. Mukhtar Ahmed, as he picks up a single. He's a fantastic bat, Mukhtar Ahmed. A lot of experience. Got a good wide array of shots as well. Some good power in the bat. And most importantly, very good up at the top.
Yeah, he's very good at the top of the order. You got to give some credit to Jesse Singh. He's been able to contain him. And you look at Saidib Ganesh. He's been on the US domestic scene for some time. Yeah, Jesse Singh has held his own. And he's bowled well. I mean, Jesse Singh, the experience that he brings to these competition is immense. He was just a few days ago in the Cayman Islands, and that just goes to show how much cricket Jesse wants to play. He's always a fit player, knowing that he's a fast bowler that takes so much stress on the body. Jesse has held up well over the years, and he continues to be one of the fittest around here. So it looks like the first over comes to an end. Good one from Jesse Singh. 3 for no loss. So we've seen a very good over from Jasdeep Singh. Looks like Raza Hassan has been given the ball, so spin from one end. Mukhtar Ahmed on 2, Saidib Ganesh is on 1. You can see that on your screen. Very important games for both teams. Knight Riders United and a couple of wins. And so we come down to the second over, spin from the other end, and Mukhtar Ahmed, the man on strike, loves to go swashbuckling quite early, and so spin from one end. Jesse Singh bowled a quality first over.
Quiet start to the innings, just the 3 runs coming off the first. And we see spin early as this is up and over through the offside. It's going to run away for a boundary. Just releasing that pressure a little bit. Again, power play overs, the first 6 overs. You want to try and maximize those with the fielding restrictions. We saw 151 get chased down fairly easily in the morning game at this ground.
Yeah, good slice here from Mukhtar Ahmed. And look at that. It's going to play those aggressive shots. Ball is going to fly off the edge. And it's going to go far. That's a lovely shot. That's gone away for 4.
An inside out shot. This is what we were saying earlier in terms of his repertoire of shots. Backing away this time. It's a one-handed lofted shot and it will find the boundary as well. Mukhtar Ahmed, 2 boundaries now so far in the over, 2 deliveries yet to come.
Yeah, a couple of 4s in this over. Mukhtar Ahmed on the offside, and the interesting thing, Mukhtar Ahmed hasn't teed off yet and hitting the ball in the middle of the bat. He's just trying to play, getting to the reach of the ball, and he's got some power on that shoulder and that bat. And we've seen a couple of 4s in this over, so this batting team is making up for a very cheap over from Jesse Singh.
Oh, you'd mentioned Jesse Singh's improved a lot recently, working hard on his fitness. Down the track this time, and this is a glorious looking shot. It's gone really high and gets the distance as well by some margin, as it's 2 4s and now a 6.
Yeah, this over hasn't gone too well for Raza Hassan. Now Mukhtar Ahmed, you know one of those big shots will come sooner than later. I'll take a look at this one. Look at that. Comes down the track, gets to the pitch of the ball, and those thick bat and those strong shoulders from Mukhtar Ahmed sails it out of the park.
Smart cricket. Soft hands. Last delivery of the over. He picks up a single, which means he'll keep strike at the start of the next. 2 overs gone. It's 17 for none.
So Jesse Singh continues, and Mukhtar Ahmed swings this one away towards the onside. And that has gone away for another boundary. So we were just talking how good Jesse Singh has been in his previous over. An over that only considered 3, but we've seen a massive attempt to get quick runs from Mukhtar Ahmed. And he picks up another boundary. Mukhtar has gone quickly up to 16 in just a few deliveries.
Let's put pressure on all the bowlers so far. This time it's Jesse Singh's turn to be on the receiving end. And this is exactly why he wanted to keep strike. Keep the momentum going for not only his side, but also for himself.
Yeah, Mukhtar Ahmed looking to go big again. Well, not timing it well. Picks up a single. Very important game for both of these teams. You look at Knight Riders United. They've won a couple of games already. In fact, they've won everything that they've played. And so that will put them on 4 points. Clarion Eagles, they come in here with 1 win, 1 loss. We all remember the 59, the hat-trick from Sonny Patel. It was against Clarion Eagles. And so if Clarion Eagles win here, they will tie with Knight Riders United and also with the Atlanta Fire. Atlanta Fire, we saw not too long ago, picked up a couple of points, so they go up to 4. And so that when it gets very interesting. Here's Jesse Singh. And cut away into the offside. Well done by the fielder. And this time Saideep Ganesh cannot score. So if Knight Riders United win this game, it's a clear-cut call that Knight Riders United will go through a perfect league stage performance. They will go up to 6 points. And they'll take Atlanta perhaps with them. Yep, Atlanta will go with them. But if Clarion Eagles, sorry, and the reason I say Clarion County, they used to go by that name too. If Clarion Eagles should win, then we become a situation with 3 teams on 4 points. Driven into the offside. Good running here from Saideep Ganesh and Mukhtar Ahmed. They're off to a good start. 23 for Nan Manali. They're going at over 8 runs and over.
Yeah, excellent start indeed. Making use of these power play overs. And we're talking about fielding restrictions, but the way Mukhtar Ahmed's batting, he couldn't be bothered if there were fielders there. Hitting those gaps, clearing the 6s by quite some distance as well.
Yeah, he's already brought out a couple of big shots. We saw one in the last over from Raza Hassan. That went a long way. That's how Mukhtar Ahmed he plays. Oh, look at this one. Full toss. Not a good ball from Jesse Singh. And that has gone straight. That has gone for a maximum. Big strike.
Well, they get bigger and bigger with time. And this time, it's not Mukhtar. It's his batting partner in Ganesh who gets in on the action. It's gone far, it's gone long, it's gone high. It's almost as if he needs 2 extra runs on top of the 6 with that sort of distance.
Yeah, not a big shot. And they've gone quickly up to 29. So Mukhtar Ahmed goes straight down the ground and looking for that ball. So this over's gone pretty expensive here for Jesse Singh. Almost 12 runs off this over. So 29 for no loss. Finally updating that as Mukhtar Ahmed, I think he's gone up to 23 with that 6. So trying to get that sorted out. It's 29 for no loss. This over's gone for 12. And the man Mukhtar Ahmed on strike. So very important game. We talked about this match will close off the league stage for all the teams. And we've got some news in terms of the last 4. Into the offside. Fielder comes in. May have dropped in front of the ball. And in the end, half of a chance from Mukhtar Ahmed. So the third over comes to a close. It's 29 for no loss. So Raza Hassan continues. And in defense goes Saidib Ganesh. They're off to a really good start. We've seen a good knock from Mukhtar Ahmed so far. And this game, so much to play for. I talked about the fact that if Clarion Eagles is to win here, we'll have 3 teams with 4 points. And it all comes down to a calculation of the net run rate, which is always something so complicated to understand. Into the onside from Saidib Ganesh, the offside, sorry. And he picks up another run and brings the hard hit in. Mukhtar Ahmed back on strike. Yeah, and I'm surprised that Raza Hassan has been given another over here. Bowled an over that conceded 14. 2 fours and 1 6 off the bat of Mukhtar Ahmed, and he's been tried again.
They're both from Sialkot, bowler and the batter.
So Mukhtar Ahmed trying to go through the onside. Could be a leg by here, or maybe came off the bat. So news from the other group, we saw Houston Stars and Mustang Cricket Academy. Mustang Cricket Academy still have another game to play, so they could go up to 6 points maximum. Ball defended here by Saidib Ganesh. So seen a couple of good balls in this over off the bowling of Raza Hassan. Houston Cricket Open comes down to the final league stage, final day for league matches. Oh, tucked away into the onside. Can't score this time. So that completes over number 4. After 4, it's 32 for no loss. You good? Good.
4 overs into the contest, 32 runs on the board. This is sort of start that you want. They're going at 8 runs and over, thanks to Mukhtar Ahmed, who quite nearly lost his wicket. Those are the sort of catches you want to hold on to, especially when you've got such a hard-hitting batter. This time quickly across for a single. This might be the best thing for the Knight Rider United. Try and keep Mukhtar off strike as much as possible.
Yeah, Imran Khan has been given the ball. A local player, Manali, gets the ball to swing left arm. And already we've seen the ball carrying through to the slip area. Remember Saidib Ganesh a couple of years ago, right here at this complex, had an outstanding series in one of the tournaments here. Picked 1 year for Major League, and so he's a formidable opponent. Comes out with Mukhtar Ahmed, and Mukhtar Ahmed has already struck a few telling blows, and Ganesh has been relatively quiet so far.
Big shout, finger goes up. It looks very disappointed, Saidib. Looks a little bit wayward at the umpire as he walks off as well, but this is going to be the first breakthrough. Imran into the attack, And 3 deliveries in, he gets an important wicket. Still not the danger man in Mukhtar, but they will try and stop the momentum a little bit.
Yeah, ball that swung back from the off stump. And it's interesting, this is a perfect setup because the first couple of balls we saw that did a little bit of leg cut. And this one was the in-swinging ball. The left-hander does possess that ball. And in the end, Saeed Ganesh goes. It's 33 for 1. So the big bat, Krishnamurti comes to the middle. They've lost Saeed Ganesh. Good start here from Imran Khan.
Well, good start, but you've just now brought in yet another dangerous batter in Sanjay Krishnamurthy.
Yeah, saw him getting 85 on pitch number 6. Saw also today that Smith Patel, he got up to 98 or 99. They're still disputing a ball that he may have played off a no ball that the scorer didn't catch. So in any event, close to almost 100 from Smith Patel. Sanjay Krishnamurti, what a talent he is.
Oh, that's going to be a wide. Just losing his mark after picking up a wicket.
Yeah, Imran Khan, a bit of success for him. Got a wicket of Saeed Ganesh, and now he's bowling to one of the best in the country. Just had a big tournament up in the Cayman Islands, Krishnamurti.
Straighter again and worked into the leg side. It's going to be a dot ball. I saw him feature at the USPL last year as well. Part of the run getters there. He's a very uncomplicated batter to watch. Got good technique, gets in the right areas, has the ability to play with some finesse and some power.
Yeah, you're right on that, and he's part of the US team that is really beginning to seal itself with the top talent in the middle. And when you look at it, the openers and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, it's gonna be difficult for the likes of Sanjay Krishnamurti to get in easily, and I say easily because he's got to fight his way in, but he's got a lot of runs in local competitions.
Rambling across for a single, and that's going to round up the 5th over. It's 35 for 1. Sanjay Krishnamurthy back on strike as we get into the 6th over. It's the final over of the power play overs. And it's been a decent start. Little short cutaway, but can't pierce through that offside.
Yeah, third over here for Raza Hassan.
Bit straighter this time as that's pushed for another single.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of good balls recently. We saw Imran Khan finishing up pretty well, and over that he only gave up 3. We've seen Raza Hassan with a couple of good balls here, so he has stemmed the flow of what has been a free flowing in the air from Mukhtar Ahmed, and could carry all the way. And we'll have to wait for the signal from the umpire. Gone upstairs.
Gone all the way indeed. Mukhtar Ahmed likes dealing in 6s. Now rushing on to 35 of just 16 deliveries. He's taken apart every bowler that's bowled to him so far. Tall, big man. Backing away this time, giving himself some room to clear those arms through the ball. And every 6 that has hit, it's tried to touch the clouds before it gets there.
Yeah, 3 6s for him. And a couple of 4s. Already a 43 in this tournament. And really, he's such a quick scorer. And I get the feeling, Monali, that they've persisted with Raza Hassan just to take pace off the ball, but it hasn't really worked out. We saw in the first over the Raza Hassan bowled a couple of 4s off the bat of Mukhtar Ahmed. And already we've seen a big 6 in this over. Jesse Singh has a word or two with him. But it gets lonely when you get to your bowling mark and you run up and bowl to the batsman, Monali. All the coaching is done and then it's you.
Well, Jesse Singh's been on the receiving end as well in this game.
Yeah, he's gone for 8 and over.
Better delivery this time. Darted it in as well, cramping for room. What do you make of Jesse Singh's captaincy? Use of the feet, and it's going to clear. Runs away for 4 runs as it's Matthew Tromp in the deep, who gets nowhere close to that delivery.
Yeah, the longer Mukhtar Ahmed stays, the quicker runs will come. That's for sure. And we're still into the power play. Take a look at this one again on the offside. Comes down and plays correctly, trying to go over long off. And that's good execution from Mukhtar Ahmed. If he stays there long enough, there's going to be quick runs.
Backing away again, and this time he goes nice and fine. Getting it up and over backward point. He's targeting every single area he can in the field. And what a massive over this has turned out to be.
Yeah, another big one here for Clarion Eagles. And Mukhtar Ahmed continues to motor along quite quickly. And the interesting thing, he's scoring so much on the offside. And so another boundary for him. 46 for 1 at the end of 6.
15 runs coming off that last over. And if this run rate continues, the Knight Riders United are going to be in some trouble when they come out to chase. And Sanjay Krishnamurthy has yet to get in on the action.
Yeah, you talked about Jesse Singh and his captaincy. He's pretty much one of the more experienced players out in the middle there, so he should be able to lead well. He's been with the US setup for some time now. He's been to the Prairie View Cricket Complex on several occasions. He knows the conditions here and he knows the terrain. And I'm pretty sure that they're banking on him, first of all, to give him for him to give you a strong bowling performance, and then look for the other leadership attributes that he brings.
trying to keep the ball as far away from the long levers of Mukhtar Ahmed. You can't blame the bowler, because anything in the swinging arc has found the boundary.
Yeah, one of the things you want to keep away from Mukhtar Ahmed is space and onto the stumps. We've seen Imran Khan getting the ball to move away from the right-hander.
Losing a shape. It's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, the bowling so far has held up. I was kind of surprised that Raza Hassan has bowled 3 overs and he's conceded 27 runs. Jesse Singh 2 for 16. Oh.
Too full, and it's been punished, and this is some raw power from Mukhtar Ahmed. It wasn't even a full swing of the bat. It was a jab that's gone all the way. Shows just how strong his wrists are and the timing that he has.
Yeah, in the slot for Mukhtar Ahmed. And a little bit of pace here from Imran Khan. And he hits it pretty straight. That's gone for another 6. Brings up the 50 in the process. 53 on the board.
Oh, and speaking of 50, that's going to be his. A streaky shot. Probably the worst shot that he's played so far in his entire innings. But he brings up his half-century in style. It's 50 off just 23 deliveries. And he's doing his team, the Clarion Eagles, some real good justice up at the top.
Yeah, another 50 to Mukhtar Ahmed. He's gone there many times over in all levels of cricket. And this is a big one here for the Clarion Eagles. They badly need a win.
That's going to be wide. Understand the thought process from Imran Khan, but the execution just a little poor.
Yeah, he's trying to stay away from the swinging arc of the batsman. And the lines, you don't have too many inches to play with sometimes.
Swung away. It's Sanjay Krishnamurthy this time. And he's going to finish the over with a single. 7 overs gone. It's 60 for 1. Oh, what a power play this has been for the Clarion Eagles. They've stacked up the runs thanks to Mukhtar Ahmed, and despite the first early wicket, he's gone on and continued exactly what his job was out there, to score the runs and to score them in some fashion. 60 runs on the board, going at 8.5 runs and over. And we know once Sanjay Krishnamurthy finds his groove, if they're scoring runs at both ends, this is going to be a lot of trouble for the Knight Riders United.
Absolutely. It's a great start. Clarion Eagles probably still smarting from that embarrassing defeat on that first day when they got bundled out for 60, chasing 109. They were on fire yesterday, and they took their anger out and scored 234 runs against Samparmi. And once again, they've come out all guns blazing. They've lost a wicket, but they got 2 very capable men in the middle.
Pushed into the offside as they rotate for another single. Yeah, that loss where they were bowled out very cheaply on this ground, the Clarion Eagles. It was a tough one. It was a tough one for both sides, actually, because even the first innings is just 110 runs that we saw off the bat. The conditions were very difficult. This time he goes with a defensive approach as it's pushed into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, Mukhtar Ahmed taking a deep breath after getting to 50. We've seen generally batters losing their calm after getting to 50 and losing their wicket. The way Mukhtar has put his head down, I think he's eyeing that other 50 as well.
Well, it really is that, isn't it? It's rebuilding your innings. You got to start from one and go up again.
The old-fashioned way would have been to get to a 50, remark your guard as if you're starting again. And I haven't seen Mukhtar remarking his guard, but his
Too full, a little bit of width as well, and Sanjay Krishnamurthy has dispatched this for 4 runs. We've spoken about his ability to play his strokes all around the ground. This time he does it in flair through the offside.
Ali Sheikh, over the years I've noticed he's gone quicker and quicker in his pace. This time was looking for that slightly slower change of pace. It landed right at the half volley length and outside the off stump, just allowing Krishnamurthy to free his arms, get under it. He's a good player.
Driven through the offside again. And they'll settle for a single this time. Well, we've talked a lot about the warming up in cricket. We saw quite a lot of warm up before this game. The sun was shining, it's hot, it's humid, and everyone was sweating it off before the game even started.
Yeah, and since then it's even changed. It's gone back to cloudy again. Yeah, we were outside. I gave up on those laps that you wanted us to take. Top edge, over the head of the keeper. Imran just able to get the ball inside the field of play. Mukhtar is another one of those who's not very keen on running. He's a boundary hitter. Just a 2 to him to finish off Ali Sheikh's over. 9 off it. 69 for 1 after 8.
Into the 9th over. That run rate just continuing to climb. Was at 8.5, getting closer and closer to 9 runs and over. And we see Imran Khan walking off the field and holding his hand. I think he's picked up an injury on the base of his thumb.
Well, he's carrying an injury into the game. I'll explain what happened yesterday. Underneath the bat of Sanjay Krishnamurthy. So he bowled a delivery yesterday and he's walking back to his bowling mark. And a throw came from the outfield. And he was walking, his arm movement, his left arm was behind his body. That ball came from behind and struck him on just above the wrist.
Well, that's the one that he was actually holding as he walked off.
Soft bone.
Picked up. It sat up nicely for him and it was traveling at some speed. It's going to be a 1 bounce 4.
It went pretty close to Ali Sheikh. There were 2 sweepers in that direction. Closer to the fielder than he would have thought initially, Sanjay Krishnamurthy. But he earns himself another boundary. The runs continue to flow.
Going for the short delivery, Matthew Trump, and it looks like he's done his back a bit on that occasion. Tried to put his back into it to get the bounce, to get that ball up around the chin. It's hard work being a fast bowler.
Yeah, I was just hoping that he shouldn't have got his ankle stuck or one of his spikes got stuck and just have a little bit of jerk on his lower back. But he's walked back pretty much okay to the back of his bowling mark. That area is pretty scruffy because they've been games after games on the same pitch. So fast bowlers, if he's wearing slightly longer spikes, longer nails on his spikes, he could easily get stuck a little bit, even if it's just a momentarily.
It's going to be more runs. Pulled away again. Just a little too short. Matthew Trump. And this over finishes again to be another big one. It's 14 runs coming off of it.
Yeah, the length. It just sits up. That spongy bounce with the old ball. And this time the ball went a little squarer to the right of Ali Sheikh. And a better connection because it carried all the way.
Now more trouble for Knight Riders United because they've got two batters who are able to strike it, and they've both started to open up their shoulders. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, who was more of a spectator for a little while, has decided to start going for it as well. Picked up again, and this is even better than the last one. It's got some distance coming right out of the middle of the bat.
Exploring every part of Prairie View Cricket Complex. 3 hits to the boundary, all in different directions. This one towards the car corner. This was a beautiful connection. He had to fetch it from outside the off stump, but that did allow the arms to go the full leverage. That's why it went the furthest of them all. Expensive over for Matthew Trump. 9 gone, 85 for 1.
This is yours? No, as in yours is in the bag. Oh, of course, you would carry something bougie.
Mukhtar looking to give himself some room. So coming into this game, Knight Riders United were sitting pretty at the top of the table with 2 wins out of 2. As Mukhtar has got a thick edge, it flies away through the gap and it will run into the fence. There's boundaries galore here. Knight Riders United cannot stop the flow of runs. The top of the table in this group, Knight Riders United, but they cannot afford to slip up.
Clears his front leg, has a hard swipe at it. It races away. The perils of the power play for the bowlers. Beg your pardon, wasn't the power play?
Well, Mukhtar really had to check his stroke. Jesse Singh honed in pretty quickly. Now Mukhtar is hobbling.
It's so refreshing to watch Sanjay Krishnamurthy bat this way. It's a sight to the sore eyes. Nudged away for a single.
Yes, Sanjay Krishnamurthy is a very talented cricketer.
can sing, can play the guitar, can hoik the long ball.
This has gone up. Belligerent Mukhtar once again puts away Ali Sheikh over the fence. I have a feeling he didn't even get to the pitch of the ball, but went through with a stroke, and such is his power that it went a long, long way.
If I'm not, dances down the track and gives it a full Monty. And with the brute force that Mukhtar carries, it was bound to go only one way.
He's a very powerful man.
I have a trivia about my co-commentator Faisal Shah, which I'm going to be asking him, of all people,
Oh,
after this over.
well, I'm waiting anxiously. What is that I would get asked about myself?
He corrected me about his first class stats, list A stats yesterday. I'm about to correct him on his own first class and list A stats today.
No way. It's gone up and over with the wind. It will bounce away, but wouldn't go over the fence. Ryan is the fielder. Once again, he's a very quick mover across the turf, Ryan. Mukhtar doesn't like to run very fast between the wickets. Still collects a couple at the halfway stage. Clarion Eagles are 99 for 1.
So, we do have some time for the trivia. Your last list A game was a future Pakistani captain's first list A game. Who was it?
I don't think it was his first list A game. Shoaib Malik?
Yes.
Was it?
Yeah.
He was the man of the match in that game, I think. He got 4 wickets. I
And
remember
why
that
was
much.
your last list A game also your first half century?
I was 19 at the time.
But where's the justice?
Okay, the time is gone, so there's no point just going back over it. But I'm making a
But
case.
surely, half century and it being the last.
I played 5 list A games, 5 in a row. That championship ended there. I averaged, I think, 37 or 38. I was the top scorer throughout the tournament for my team.
And I believe your half century came at a better than run a ball.
And it was a green top. But yeah, this is... at the time I've given it a thought, but I never got
Saeed
another.
Ajmal was playing against you in that game.
Not in that game, but my 5 games, one of the games was against Wapda in Pakistan. So Saeed Ajmal was playing in that game. Imran Nazir was playing.
I do have access to, I'm a subscriber to cricketarchive.com. So these aren't on CrickBuzz or CricInfo. I was going to send you screenshots as a good morning greeting on your WhatsApp, but like let me ask him about the trivia.
That is
During
really
the game.
surprising to me that was Shoaib Malik's first game. But I remember him playing in that game.
Very wiry.
Flashed away. It will scream away, but the sweeper is there. Really came off the sweet spot of the bat.
Physically very wiry.
Yeah,
during the
he
time.
was. This was not my first encounter with Shoaib Malik, though, because I attended a probables camp for Pakistan under 19 a year before. This is where I first saw him at the Gaddafi Stadium. Very wiry, yeah.
Probably
Back in the day-
Imran Tahir as well.
Yeah, Imran Tahir was there. So Shoaib Malik back then was the number 11, an off spinner.
So you were above the pecking order in terms of batsmanship.
Why are you taking all these stories, making me go back all that time? Yeah, but I know that I got the amount of cricket that I deserved. I was only that good. This one will find the fence. Room on offer. Imran is looking to hide the ball away from Mukhtar. Mukhtar, the kind of mood he's in, I mean, he's going for everything, and even if it doesn't come off the middle of the bat, he'll still pick up a boundary.
He's in that space of mind at that point of time in the innings where he's not going to look back. Just trust his instincts to propel this innings all along.
He had a little bit of help from the physio during the mid-over break. I don't think he's very keen on running between the wickets as well, so that's why he's just going for everything.
Mukhtar Ahmed, if I'm not wrong, made his debut during Zimbabwe's tour of Pakistan 6 years after the deadly attack on the Sri Lankan team.
2015, yeah, May 2015. A lot of the people thought that he was hastily inducted into the Pakistan team. He remained in the system after that for quite a few years. And before he moved over, he had a bumper season in List A cricket. And everyone thought now Mukhtar is maturing and he should be in contention for the national side. But such is the case with the systems that once you're discarded, it's very difficult to get yourself back in the reckoning.
And the way selections go these days, you tend to get a longer rope these days as compared to the olden days where you had those one test wonders or one day wonders. And it's throughout the globe. Selection these days. Selectors do tend to give the players a longer rope these days.
Because of the induction of T20 cricket, although 50 over is fading, but there are more number of games available as well. There's quite a few T20 tournaments like the World Cup, the Asia Cup, and then there's a lot of bilateral series also happening. And sometimes some of your main players, as this one is flared away straight to the sweeper for a single, some of your main players just sit out the so-called low-key bilateral series, so that allows for the French players to get extended opportunities. 11 gone, 106 for 1. Player coach Usman Rafiq has given himself the responsibility to stem the flow of runs. 200 is pretty much on the card, and over score 94 will take them there. This is massive. Fetch that. Hear the big bang. It lands over the roof of the media center where we are located. Heavy firing from Mukhtar Ahmed.
Lambs to slaughter. The perfect matchup for the big strapping Mukhtar Ahmed. Right arm off spinner. Bowls into the slot. Heaved away for a huge six.
With the wind too. Wow, that was probably the biggest six so far.
Bang, isn't it?
Absolutely. Look at him. That is the most enjoyable feeling for a batter when he hears that bat striking the ball at the sweet spot. Music to his ears.
Round the wicket now.
Well, Mukhtar looking to explore different avenues, this time looking to go over cover.
A reverse sweep, a reverse lap wouldn't hurt
I don't know if Mukhtar
with the
has
darters.
Don't know if Mukhtar has it in his armory. He gets himself off strike. Probably not too bad, because now the matchup still remains in favor of Sanjay Krishnamurthy, who's a different player to Mukhtar, so he'll challenge Usman Rafiq in a different way. Short and wide, slapped away. Will just be a single.
Mukhtar trying to get the batter's play on the offside, forcing them to hit it against the wind.
Once again into the car corner. Flat and hard, and the result is the same. Second six of the over.
He's just lining him up, isn't it?
Absolutely. The angle is going across, but he just walks right across. Have a look at that initial movement, and then still allows that freedom for the arms to swing through. Hobbles to a single to keep the strike. Inching closer to that elusive century. Goes to 85. Expensive from Usman Rafiq has come to an end. 15 off it. 121 for 1. Plenty of tall buildings on that graphics that you just saw. Thanks to Mukhtar. He's getting plenty of the strike. Sanjay Krishnamurthy got to face only one ball in the last over. I don't think he will mind being a spectator, seeing Mukhtar bludgeon his way closer to that 100. Jesse Singh, the skipper, has taken matters into his own hand. Starts off with a wide. There was plenty of movement from Mukhtar. Jesse pleads with the umpire, and the umpire persistent with his decision. Jesse cannot believe it. What do you make of this call?
Well, the line belongs to the umpire. Even though he shimmied across, that was wide.
It is miles up in the air. Who wants it? It's been taken. Ali Sheikh judged it beautifully. Those high catches are not easy. He also had to keep one eye on the rope. But he has really pulled out a magnificent take. And Mukhtar will not get to the century.
Mistyped that, skied it straight to Ali Sheikh, who doesn't drop too many. Safe as houses. Ali Sheikh, one of the best fielders. And Mukhtar's masterful 85 comes to an end.
Clarion Eagles now 122 for 2. Mohammad Mohsin, prolific all-rounder. The stage is set for him. You have to give a lot of credit to the ground staff here because the wicket today has been pretty good. We had a good, decent total in the first game as well. Chased down quite comfortably. And now, looks like with all the sun that we've had all day, it's really coming to its true colors, the pitch. But credit to Jesse Singh. He needed a breakthrough. He took the responsibility and got it done.
He's leading from the front, Jesse Singh. Much the way he does for his minor league team. Mohsin, the only software engineer I know from Pakistan. And I know quite a few players. I'm talking about the players.
I know.
He's a software engineer.
Really, I didn't know that. Talented man, intelligent man. Intelligently played. Just using the pace, it will get plug up. And Ali Sheikh, once again, he's seeing plenty of that ball. Another of, I think Saeed Anwar from the past was also an engineer. I don't know if he was a software
He was an
engineer.
engineer, not a software.
What type of engineer are you?
I'm a cricketing engineer.
You're a cricketing engineer.
Mangesh was the engineer.
Yes. But what do you do?
I'm
Oh, you can say it on air.
Mohsin gets another single. So now, at this stage of the innings, generally we start to think about what's going to happen ahead. But the projected scores, what do you think, Smithji? What is the total that Clarion Eagles might get to from here?
185.
They should be looking at least 190, between 190 and 200.
Well,
With Sanjay Krishnamurti in, the Clarion Eagles would be really chancing their arm towards 195.
plenty of wickets in hand. No ball. Jesse Singh, I've seen he's improved a lot with his run up. Used to do that quite often a few years back. He's the first one of this championship for memory, but cannot be the right time. Allowing a new batter to get his innings going, that free hit opportunity. Well, coming back to the projected scores, you reckon 190, 200. Monali, who's just walked back into the com box, she reckons 185. And she already thinks that Clarion Eagles are way ahead in the game.
The Knight Riders have a long batting lineup, mind you. They'll back themselves to get to any score within 195 to 200 range.
Well. Off the edge, will run away. Raza Hassan gets to the ball. Just the 2 to Mohsin. 13 gone, 131 for 2. What stories you gonna
Back into the action, Jesse Singh. It's short, it's slapped away. And this is excellent running out in the middle as they double up. This is why we say run the first one hard. It's going to be the end of the over. 131 for 2 after 13. Faisal seems very perplexed. I thought that was the over.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think you should go take a
No.
break. Well-deserved break.
Jesse Singh 3 overs for 25 in a high-scoring game, bringing himself back on to remove Mukhtar Ahmed, the menacing Mukhtar Ahmed. But he's flipped a switch. He's flipped a switch in his career, isn't it? He's added 5 or 6 Ks more to his bowling.
I thought you were talking about 1,000.
Jesse.
Ah, speed, you mean? Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
I was gonna say a poignant story, but Monali has just
I'm ready for it.
washed it away.
Oh, too full, too wide. That's bread and butter for Sanjay Krishnamurthy as he slaps that away for 4 runs. Poor start to the over. And please do share your story.
So it was after the World Cup, and Jesse Singh was not drafted by any of the MLC teams for reasons unknown. And he was, about to meet the mayor of his township. He was gonna be felicitated for his services, for his performances in the World Cup, the historical campaign that the USA led. And he was about to go in, and he gets a call from the Washington Freedom that you need to replace, if you're okay, you need to replace Saurabh Netrawalkar, who's on a parental leave. And Jesse Singh comes in as his replacement. 2 games, 2 man of the matches. Boom. And Washington Freedom emerged as the champions. He was pivotal to their championship run. And, well, he's been rewarded this year with the topmost category in the draft.
It's crazy how luck works, isn't it? Surprising that he wasn't initially included. However, if things are meant to be, They will work out. And in his case, he would have been a deserving player to be in it in the beginning. Backing away. Mohamed Mohsin trying to be a bit inventive, trying to carve the ball away.
It's interesting, isn't it, that flip of a switch for any professional cricket player.
This time goes across the line.
That flip of a switch for Virat Kohli came in when he saw himself in the mirror after wrapping up the IPL 2012, where he'd added a few kilos, where he added a few pounds, and if he was chasing greatness, and he talked to himself, he reminded himself that this is not going to work if he's chasing greatness. So he put his head down and doubled down on his routines, on his sacrifices, just completely changed the way he thought, just completely turned it upside around.
14 overs gone, 137 for 2.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Here comes the.
14 overs into the contest. It's 137 for 2, and a very interesting chat here with Smith Patel about what it is that makes players tick and at what moment they go from ordinary to achieving greatness, or at least making the journey towards greatness. And what people don't often realize is being an athlete is a full-time job. And when I say full-time, I don't mean 9 to 8. I mean full-time. You're sleeping, eating, breathing, being an athlete. It goes down to what you eat, how much you sleep, how much water you drink, balancing your nutrition, balancing the time in the gym to the time in the nets. It really is a full-time commitment. Down the ground. It's a good-looking stroke, and it's timed well enough that it runs away for a boundary. And for those who are achieving or looking to achieve some of the greatness in sport, if you're not making it a priority in your life, chances are you might not ever get to that greatness.
And it's all about raising the bar as well. I heard the great man talking to a child, talking to the kid. I'm talking about Virat Kohli. He was like, if people around you are scoring hundreds, you score daddy hundreds. If people around you are scoring 120s, you score 170s, you score 180s.
And sometimes you have to be your own toughest critic.
Yeah.
You are your competition. Got to learn to set that bar. You've got to learn to be able to motivate yourself to the bar as well. Matthew Tromp back into the attack for his second over. Bowled a very expensive first over, and this time around he's struggling to find his line and length.
And that is why tournaments like MLC or even tournament like a Houston Open is so very important for youngsters like these Tromps and many such youngsters like these twin brothers, just to be around these professional players, the way their routines are set up before a game.
Through the offside. Might have just taken the pace off on that delivery as well.
And routines not just in the morning of the game, routines the night before as well. What you eat, how you sleep.
There isn't enough importance given to sport nutrition oftentimes, especially in cricket in lower divisions. I'm not talking your basic divisions, I'm talking the intermediate level. People don't understand that sometimes the difference between being good and great is the number of hours of sleep that you get, it's the number of liters of water that you drink. All of those little factors do have a big impact. I mean, most of these players are staying at hotels here. They're eating continental breakfast before they come in, which is what, waffles and eggs. And the eggs are great, but what are the waffles giving you? Are you eating a carbohydrate-rich diet coming in before a game? Do you know that you should be eating a carbohydrate-rich diet right before the game? These are the things that we as people in the sport, as coaches, these are the things that we need to teach our athletes, or athletes need to take it on themselves to go and research and see, okay, well, what do I need to be eating when? What do I need to be eating to recover 6 hours after the game, 3 hours after the game? Because all of that plays a big role in how you're going to perform. Full toss. Not in total control of it. He's missed out on some runs here, Sanjay Krishnamurthy.
And it's not just about the solid foods, the fluids as well. You mentioned about water, but you've been on the international stage and you would know, what the big teams around you carried as well. There's pickle juice. There's so much new things that are coming across.
Yeah, we talk about the electrolytes. We talk about the sugar content in some of the drinks. Clearing that front leg this time. Mohamed Mohsin getting into the action. He gets full reward for it as well as this runs away for 4 more. Matthew Trump has really struggled with the ball as yet another expensive over comes to an end. It's 15 overs gone. It's 148 for 2. Quick drinks break for the 2 batters out in the middle. It is a hot day today here in Prairie View. The sun's really beating down, and we haven't seen a lot of that in the first few days. Yeah, the overcast conditions have given way, and they're hot, humid conditions today. And speaking of hot and humid, and we go back to the conversation we're talking about in terms of sports nutrition and hydration, oftentimes a lot of the top countries do actually ask you to take a look at the color of your urine in the morning. It's a really good indicator of whether you're hydrated enough or not. Something that I see in junior cricket, they're passing Gatorade and Powerade out as if it's nothing. Keep hydrated, keep the electrolytes, but what people don't realize is the sugar content in that. Down the ground. And they pick up a couple runs. No, they'll stick to just the single.
Much to the respite of Rafiq. He's got the right-hander out of the strike. It's a really good matchup for Sanjay Krishnamurthy. Usman Rafiq bowling from round the wicket. And he has all the wind, all the breeze flowing right across him from the offside to leg side.
Up and over, and it's going to be another wicket here. Well taken catch. It's Joshua Trump out in the deep. Sliced this ball. Didn't quite get the middle of the bat, and that's going to be the end of Mohamed Mohsin.
It was almost a setup, getting him bowling away from him by the wide line, making him stretch for that, and it was an easy catch for Matthew Trump.
That's 4 wickets down. It's 149 for 4 after 15.3.
No, we never had a lecturer. We never had a lecturer coming in.
Sorry, you were telling us about your sports nutrition, if there was any, during your under 15 days in Gujarat.
It wasn't a thing. When we're talking about 2008, even in our under 19 days, 2010, 2011, it wasn't a thing at all. But just when the IPL came in, All the money started seeping through. They had trained the trainers program,
Yeah.
and later on they had the physios flying down from Australia, from England.
So for those of you who are listening and you might have athletes that you know, or you are an athlete listening in, I'm not really sure how the American system works, but you can actually get all this information from Sport Canada. Sport Canada's coaching program and coaching courses are actually recognized worldwide. In fact, even Cricket Australia has taken a lot of the content from the coaching manuals to integrate into Cricket Australia. And there's a site called coach.ca that you can create your own locker ID. It's completely free to do, and you've got access to all of these amazing courses, whether it's on sports nutrition, whether it's on safe sport, whether it's on how to plan a practice. And all of these courses are available for you to be able to take to not only be better coaches but also be better players. And sometimes you have to take the onus on yourself as an athlete, especially if your coaches don't know of some of this knowledge. And I'm sure the American sports setup has something similar as well. I'm not very familiar with it, being exposed to the Canadian system, but we do generally have a really good program in place.
USA has its own training program, or a training facility, a large training facility with all the sports nutrition, biomechanics infrastructure in place at Colorado Springs in Colorado. They do invite the USA High Performance Squad time and again to train over there, with access to all of their sports nutritionists, physios, dietitians, and a whole host of supported services.
There's a wealth of information out there. 16 overs gone, it's 151 for 3. And this is why we say keep educating yourself, coaches especially. There's no such thing as reaching ultimate knowledge in anything really in life. With the evolution of time, evolution of the sport, evolution of science, it's been a decent time with the bat for the Eagles. Mukhtar Ahmed, 85 of just 41 deliveries, 7 fours and 7 massive sixes to his name. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, who's still out there, 38 of 28 from him. He's been handy. Tries to go up and over this time, and it's going to be a 1 bounce 4. He's placed it well, knowing there was a fielder not too far away from there. It's a good way to start the over. Imran Khan isn't having the best of times out in the middle today. Gone for 24 runs. It's his final over.
Everything right about that stroke, isn't it? Leans into it and just powers it over the extra cover field. Packs a punch, this little young man.
He's so stable when he hits the ball as well. Very well balanced. There again, you watch his head position. He makes it look so easy, but he's so steady and so balanced when he plays this. The first one was through the offside. This one's into the leg side.
It's that couch.
Well, any
Very
youngsters
couches.
watching this, watch the head. Tries to stay as still as possible until he hits that ball.
He told me he's taken a leaf out of Shane Watson's book, literally. There's a reason why I say literally. Shane Watson is the coach for San Francisco Unicorns, who entrusted Sanjay Krishnamurthy at the 1 down position, and he's been instrumental in prospering his power hitting. And there's a certain word he says every time he takes the stance, which I can say it on air, which is Shane Watson's philosophy.
This has popped up. It's popped up a long way, and it's been taken. Very unfortunate for the young man. He's batted beautifully for his 46, and he's going to fall 4 runs short of a half century, but he's done the job for his side. Came in at a time where he had Mukhtar Ahmed at the other end, striking them long, supported him, and then when it came time, he took the lead. Unfortunately, this time, he gets a thick outside edge as this has gone straight up in the air for a comfortable catch in the end. It's going to be yet another wicket, but great to see him walking off and giving a little bit of advice for the next batter coming in. Harmeet Singh, the next man to walk in. It's 159 for 4 after 16.3. .3 overs gone, just lost a wicket, and it was a big one because it was a set man in Sanjay Krishnamurthy. Now there are 2 new batters out to the middle. We know Harmeet Singh, who's just walked out to the middle, can hit a long ball. Saif, who's been an observer for most of the time that he's been out there, 1 off 3. You had said close to 200, Smith. I was saying 185. They're already at 160. I think they're going to get more than 185.
Trust the local boy.
Just had a really good chat with him as well, actually. Flicked off the pads, and he's off the mark. Comes back for a second as well. Had a really interesting chat with him when I was taking my short break there. He spoke about how Harmeet Singh spoke about how he has been quite busy and takes a lot of time, traveling all the time. It's hard when you're trying to manage life at home. Invested in a house recently as well, and his newest project is he's starting his own academy, so he's going to be working with juniors, intermediates, and high performance players. And a lot of people sometimes question, well, if you're playing, why are you coaching? And I think when you start to coach, it gives you a whole other dimension to your own game as well. You see the game holistically.
It widens your horizons in a way.
Yeah, in fact, I feel like cricket is one of those sports where we don't see a lot of youngsters coaching. And I don't understand why, because you look at all the junior sports, and who are the coaches for the junior sports? Pulled away. It's in the slot. Imran Khan just hasn't found his length today. And Saif's going to help himself to 6 more here. This is one massive over. His spell comes to an end. He's given 37 runs in his 4 overs. 17 gone. It's 168 for 4. With 17 overs gone, and just getting back to that point, in North American culture, in fact a lot of countries where you see sports like junior soccer, junior t-ball, even junior gymnastics, a lot of these sports at a young age are actually not coached by senior coaches. They're coached by a lot of younger players who've gone through the system and now in their teens. It's their way to volunteer, it's their way to give back to the sport. And the bigger picture to that is not, well, they're free or they're cheap, so bring them in. It's to give them the opportunity to see the sport in a different way. And not every player that plays a sport is going to end up playing at the highest level. But what you want is the following of the sport. So at least the players who don't make it to the highest level, you've got them into coaching early, and they're going to continue in the sport, whether it's coaches, spectators, because you've got that buy-in from them. And now, all of a sudden, you've broadened that community that follows the sport.
Just makes the ecosystem ever so healthy.
Absolutely. And self-reliant from the youngsters all the way to the top. You were giving a really good example just now, when a lot of players, county cricket, for example, will bring in an international player.
Not just county, club as well.
And they're required to come in as coaches. And this, in a way, is what we're looking for. We're looking for that experience to be shared. And even for that player, it's a different way to look at the sport.
Harmeet Singh walks in at the ideal time for his team. Has some great memories over here.
Goes across the line, not quite in the position that he would have liked it.
Played a swashbuckling innings against Bangladesh in tandem with Corey Anderson to seal a major upset over a full member country. USA's first win over a full member country.
It was an emphatic win. I mean, Bangladesh didn't know what struck them in that one.
And what struck them again the next day?
One-handed, reached for this well outside the off-stump line and has managed to get it well over the boundary, safe botter. This is a good-looking stroke.
Tell you what, that's an outrageous stroke. You would have seen one-handed sixes on the leg side. You would have seen one-handed sixes on the up onto the straighter boundary. But this is as good and as out of the blue as they come.
And it's the weight transfer that's so impressive, because he was moving quite far right of himself. Still managed to keep his balance. This time going inside the line of the ball, and it goes into the leg side. It's going to be more runs. It's 4 more runs, in fact. Safe batter, who's been watching from the other end for some time now, says it's my turn to take the lead. And he's just thumped 10 runs off 2 deliveries. Something tells me it's going to be a bit too hard for the Knight Riders United when they come out in the middle.
Quite audacious from Saif Badr. Walking across his stumps. Just patting it back towards short fine leg, finding the fence.
That series, USA-Bangladesh, I think would have been a clean sweep had they not given some of the chances in the third game. They changed a lot of the team, brought in some of the players who had been sitting on the bench, and this again is swiveled into the leg side. This again, I will say, is pretty outrageous as he goes for 6 more.
Excellent from Saif Badr, poor from Usman Rafiq. It's been predictable. Just trying to bowl outside that off-stump line. Equal to the task is Saif Badr. Outthinking him. Completely outthinking him.
Well, the surface has really improved over the last day.
What are you going to bowl if you're Usman Rafiq?
Well, you want to still try and keep it as far away from that swinging arc. Try and get it that line right there.
It gets so difficult.
But then he tried that a couple of deliveries ago and he reached right out there and hit a one-handed 6 over the off.
It gets so difficult if you're a one-dimensional finger spinner.
Cricket's difficult for bowlers. We talked about ball management. We didn't call it tampering. Picked up. Does it have the distance? It's gone high up in the air. And it certainly has the distance as well. What an over this has turned out to be. This time it's Harmeet Singh who gets into the action. 4 overs done. Usman Rafiq
It's a day to forget.
has had a day to forget. He's ended up with plenty of runs coming off of him. He'll want to forget this day. 48 runs coming off his 4 overs, and it's 18 overs gone, 192 for 4. Jesse Singh back into the attack, keeps it very wide. In fact, that would have been a wide had Harmeet Singh not gotten some bat on it. 1.5 overs to go. They're at 193. I'm going to have to revise my total to 210.
210.
What's your revision?
215.
Playing it safe? You know what? I'm going to say 230 actually. I'm going to say 230.
That's out of bounds.
It's almost 2 overs, almost 2 full overs. We've only seen 1 ball bowled. Jesse Singh has bowled 1 no ball already. Don't know if there's going to be another one coming.
That's a swipe at the captain of.
That's well bowled. Good length. In fact, Harmeet Singh does well to just work that around. That was Harmeet Singh, right?
Yes.
Harmeet Singh does well to work it around for a single.
Jesse Singh has been at the IPL with the Delhi Capitals, and I see shades of the IPL in the field that is set right now. He's going to go full, he's going to go wide out of the off stump. He's got point, he's got a square third man.
He's got low full toss and another one-handed shot from Saif Badr. They come back for 2 runs quite comfortably.
That's an interesting choice of delivery.
Don't know if it was intentional.
He's almost got deep cover. Almost a deep point.
Half a shout. I just want to see if this might be leg buys. Runs given off the bat. Turning out to be very decent over here. Final over for Jesse Singh, captaining the side as well.
So slower ball. Sliding away. It's an interesting choice of delivery, isn't it? He's had a packed offside boundary riders and he's been bowling on his legs.
Yep. Bowling to the lefty now. Saif Badr. Correction, Harmeet Singh. And this is timed well, and he's going to find the boundary ropes. 4 runs this time from Harmeet Singh.
Makes some room and slaps it away over the bowler's head.
1 delivery to come in the over.
On a rampage.
11 runs coming off of it so far.
Eagles.
Well, they're going to need a really big last over to get to my 230 prediction.
I think I've hit in a sweet spot with my 215 prediction.
I was being ambitious. Trying to use his feet to come down the track. Jesse Singh following him. This is well bowled as he cramps him for room, and it's just going to be a single to end his spell. 35 runs coming off his spell. Picks up the 1 wicket as well. It's 19 overs gone. 202 for 4. past the 200 mark. Clarion Eagles making the most of their time out in the middle with the bat. And there's 1 over to come still. This is a massive total. And there'll be a lot of pressure for the Knight Riders United when they come out with the bat in the second innings. Still waiting to find out what their total's going to be that they'll be chasing. However, it's 6 deliveries, 6 final deliveries in this innings. And it is going to be Matthew Trump to finish this final over. That's an interesting choice because he has struggled with the ball, Matthew Trump.
Just using and trusting the youngster to deliver at a high pressure point in the innings against 2 rampaging batters in Hermeet and Saif Badr.
Do you miss playing?
Yes, I do.
See, it's days like this where I don't miss standing in the sun.
Yeah.
Of course, when you're in it, you're in it. Moving well inside the line of that ball. Getting a bit too inventive, I think. Needs to keep it a little bit simple here, Harmeet Singh.
Saurav Ganguly comes to my mind. He once said, however much wealth you earn, however much respect you gain through your lectures or commentary or expert views or whatever you become in life, that sight of that cover drive flowing between cover and mid-off and the crowd clapping all the way through.
This is excellent bowling.
He said
Keeping it nice and full, targeting that Yorker length as well, just outside that off stump line.
He said he wouldn't trade that for anything in life.
So for me, and this is the difference, I suppose, when you're playing, you don't even think about the fielding part because you just know it's part of the game. But now when you look back and you see how hot it is out there, you're thinking, my goodness, how did I stand out there for that long in the sun?
And many players think when you stop enjoying fielding, it's curtains.
Done. Yeah. Gets a bit of bat on it this time, and they're quick across the wickets. They pick up 2 runs.
He's been proving hard to get away with, Matthew Trump, in this over. 2 dot balls and a couple.
I think I might go back to my original prediction.
Which was?
210.
Right.
I'll give you the 215. 230 was me being ambitious.
So fluid.
Like the situation. Low full toss. No real timing. And they'll settle for a single. This is turning out to be an excellent over. Jesse Singh trusting the young man. And he is performing when it matters. Especially when you've got 200 runs on the board.
Matthew Trump could easily add 10 clicks to his bowling. He's a strong lad. He's gonna get bigger. He's just 19 at the moment.
When do boys or men stop growing?
Vertically at about 18, 19, 18-ish, 18 and a half-ish. But as far as strength is concerned, I think you hit your peak at around 27-ish.
27?
I'm talking about strength.
I'm going to have to look into this actually.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Smacked away. It's in the swinging arc. The timing just has not been there in this over. It's a direct hit as well. I think the batter's safely home. Umpire not interested. It's one of the better overs we've seen in this innings with 1 delivery yet to come.
It might all boil down to this over.
Well, you know, they not only have they limited the runs, but to leave the field on a high, knowing that you've done a good job in this final over. You ride the high off and then you ride it back on when you come out to bat.
That too, and the Clarion Eagles could have easily batted the opposition out of the game.
That's a top shot. Safe Botter really does have an incredible repertoire of shots, as this is ramped away for 4 runs. Dented a really good over from Matthew Trump. They finished their innings on 211 for 4 at the end of their 20. And the required rate is going to be very steep for the United.
Supple wrists from Saif Badr. And it's the reverse ramp. Or it's a reverse scoop, I should say.
Oh, the batting has really told a story today. Mukhtar Ahmed started things off. 85 of 41 from him up at the top. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, unlucky to not have gotten a half century. He offered 46 off 31 for his side. Mohammad Mohsin getting into double digits with 17. And Saif Badr anchoring towards the end. 34 off just 13 deliveries for him. And a handy 19 off 11 from Harmeet Singh. Take a look at the bowling, and well, it's been a tough day for the bowlers. Wickets for Jesse Singh up at the top, Imran Khan picking up 2, and the 1 wicket for Usman Rafiq. The economy rates, though, tell the story, and all of them going for plenty of runs. In the end, they managed 211 for 4 in their 20 overs, and when the Knight Riders United come out with the bat, they're going to have 212 as their target. We're going to take a short break here as we get ready for the second innings. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back to the chase. It's going to be a big one. We're here for a cracker at Houston Open 2025, coming to you live from Prairie View Cricket Complex. And the Knight Riders, they need a massive 212 runs to win this contest, thanks to the 211 that Clarion Eagles posted in the first innings. I'm joined alongside Faisal Shah. Welcome, Faisal. We're pumped up for this chase.
Absolutely. Well, it's all at stake here for both the teams. The losing team can pack their bags and leave this complex. In terms of qualification, they might come back and play a ranking match. But in terms of qualification for the semi-final, the heat is on. And Clarion Eagles have really put themselves in a great position by virtue of that wonderful batting performance in the first innings. Although the likes of Noman Anwar might have to say a thing or two about this run chase. Lahiro Milantha is also there. Syed Abdullah may show up as a substitute. And also Ali Sheikh, who played a gem of a knock yesterday, will also be licking his lips to get into the action. Plenty on stake, and the action is just about to begin.
Well, it helps knowing that the conditions are just starting to favor the batters. We've seen two fairly decent batting surface opportunities, both games being high scoring, and this one takes the cake with 211 runs on the board.
Well, all in readiness. How ready are the batters? The breeze has picked up as well, but the sun has shone brightly.
How ready are you? That's what I want to know.
I'm absolutely ready. I want to see this ball fly all over this outfield to make this an exciting run chase. But Najaf Shah might have to say a thing or two about it. He's been prolific in this tournament. Fresh off his exploits, 3 wickets with the ball yesterday. And he is a master of bowling with that new ball. He's tall, he gets it from a good height, still has the ability to move the ball in to the right-hander. Lethal Yorker also there.
Well, we're ready for all the action. As here comes ball number 1. Knight Riders in for a big chase. Starts very well, Najaf Shah. And this is sloppy. This is sloppy. They allow for an easy single. It's going to be the first run off the bat. We can afford a few of those with 212 on the board, but you still expect your fielders to do a better job than that. Especially when the bowler's coming in this heat, bending their back.
Absolutely. A bit overexcitement there from the Clarion Eagles fielders. Although you got runs on the board, like you rightly said, you cannot take it for granted. There's every likelihood that Noman Anwar can get them off to a flying start in the power play. And then pressure will be back on.
Swiped across the line this time. And it falls in the middle of 3 fielders. Streaky shot.
That's another of Najaf's trait, because he's so tall, he'll get that extra bounce. And although he's shaping for the pull shot, he got hit near the splice of the bat. We're talking about who's ready. How ready were those 3 fielders? They all converged. But placement was precise, although it was unintentional there. Syed Abdullah, the big hitting. He's got himself onto the non-striker end. Noman Anwar advancing down to Najaf Shah. Just rolling his fingers over it cleverly, pulling the length back. This is a good contest.
Well, certainly in for a good contest indeed. And while there will be scoreboard pressure, you'd assume Knight Riders United, with the experience that they have in that batting lineup and the conditions being in the favor of the batters, they will be able to get quite a few runs on the board. What sort of mindset do you think they're in, knowing that they're chasing well over 200?
Sometimes it can free you up from anything, because they only need to know that they can only go one way. There's no 2 thoughts.
No 2 thoughts about that, as that is a very good catch. Looks like it's Mohsin at point, and he's pouched an absolute gem. That's going to be the first wicket, and you said no two ways about it. Well, they had to go. When you're chasing 200 plus, you're expecting your openers to be aggressive. Unfortunately, this has resulted in the first wicket.
Noman Anwar, who's very strong in that area, he gave it a fair crack, but Mohsin at backward point, very, very athletic, got down very quickly for a tall man and grabbed an important catch. Najaf Shah, as he always seemed to do, has gotten the early breakthrough. Noman Anwar walks back, and this is a massive wicket in the context of the game. Knight Riders United 2 for 1.
New man out to the middle, Lahiru Milanta. A lot of experience in that bat, a lot of runs in the bat as well. Walks out to the middle when his side really needs some runs from him. The last time he played on this ground, he was out for a duck, unable to bother the scorers. Today, if he doesn't score runs, his team's in a lot of trouble. Knight Riders United, not as tidy as they would have liked to be with the ball first up in the innings. Cut away. Interesting shot as well, as his feet moved absolutely nowhere as he threw the bat at that.
Well, he got Syed Abdullah back on strike. He's a big hitter, so we can predict what's going to happen here. Abdullah is going to go for it. There's no two ways about it. Last time I said this about Noman Anwar, he did that and he perished. Najaf with his deadly in-swinger to the right-hander. Syed Abdullah will be taking a huge chance if he's looking to go big. I have a feeling Syed Abdullah is thinking, it's you or me. Let's see what happens.
Low full toss. It was angling into the right-hander, but just too straight. In fact, he's going to feel that he's missed out on some runs there. Should have been able to put that away.
Yes, indeed. But that late movement made him to play square to where the fielder was, because he was looking for that cow corner, but the ball kept coming back at him, and that is the end of the first over from Najaf. Once again, as he so often does, ends up with a wicket in his first over. 4 for 1 after 1.
Cracked away through the offside. Cannot beat this inner circle. It's a dot to start the over.
Sanchit Sandhu. Cricket is such a funny game. It has so many dynamics that Noman Anwar, who got out to Najaf, in the changing room will be watching Sanjit Sandhu bowl, and then he will be kicking himself. He could have been there for a lot longer, because Sandhu is bowling an ideal pace for someone like Anwar.
It's a poor delivery. But they'll take them however they come. Knight Riders United. They'll take the extras. They need them. That was some incredible hitting in the first innings, though, from Mukhtar Ahmed. Clean hitting.
He's unlucky not to get to 100.
Calls for catches. This is put away for 6 runs into the leg side. And clears the rope by some distance. Need plenty more of where that's come from.
Big hitting Abdullah. Definitely will love the pace from Sanchit, and especially if the line and length is not too accurate. Shot of a length into his body. And quick hands, he got it away beautifully.
More elegance this time. And it's through the offside. A couple of bounces, 4 runs. Doesn't have a full flare or full swing. He's very jabby when he hits the ball. Those quick hands time it really well and gets the power into the ball as well.
Strong forearms, but overcorrection on the part of Sanjit. That previous delivery was straight into the body, short of a length. This time he went fuller towards the offside, allowing room to Syed Abdullah. Little bit of shape on it, but it swung right into the middle of Abdullah's bat.
Down the ground this time. Fielders are inside. It is power play overs. And this will pick up 2 runs. 13 runs coming off the overs so far. Need plenty of these big overs. We've seen the first innings sitting fairly steady at about 10 runs and over in terms of an economy rate.
Absolutely. This over has yielded 13 so far. Sanchit got hit in all parts. Boundary on the onside, a boundary through the offside, and then a flat bat straight down the ground. Prompted a chat between skipper Saf Badr and the bowler Sanchit. What's the change of plan here? Mid on, mid off, still up in the ring. Fine leg is back.
Slight movement into the batter this time as they come across for a quick single.
See, that early assault on a bowler earlier in the over does make for those fielders in the 30-yard ring to sit deep. Allows the opportunity for that single even on a good delivery. So the overs continues to get bigger and bigger for the batting team. 14 of it with 1 delivery to go. Lahiro Milanta, very strong player, square of the wicket. He thrives on room. In fact, any left-hander will.
He's going to have to re-bowl that one. It's a wide. They come across for a single as well. 2 wides picked up. Lengthy first over from Sanchit. 16 runs, correction, coming off of it so far. Wide not helping the cause.
His nemesis is back on strike, Syed Abdullah.
Well, that's set up nicely for him to cut away. And good work in the deep. As they close the over with 2 runs. 2 overs gone, and it's 22 for 1.
slip in place for Najaf. Lahiru Milantha just guides it away. Looking for that second run. Syed Abdullah wasn't looking. This is the contest I'm looking forward to. Because I think it's... anything can happen on that. With Najaf Shah homing in on those stumps and Syed Abdullah fearless with his intent. Makes for exciting viewing. Long on has gone back. This is a deep square leg. That's the two deep fielders. Fine leg up in the ring. Third up in the ring.
That's a low full toss. And it's pushed down the ground for another single. 189 runs required off 107 balls. That is intimidating.
We've seen a lot of cricket, and I was just wondering how Najaf Shah gets away with it from being hit, where he's not express anymore. He's at the fag end of his career. We've seen a lot of bowlers. What's the key to bowling in the power play? I come to a fact. If you're able to get that little bit of deviation in the air of the pitch and are consistent with your lines and lengths, that really puts off the batters.
Down the ground this time. Use of feet as well, and it's not timed well enough. That's going to be the second one. Saif Badr taking that catch. And unfortunately, when you're chasing such a large target, you do have to go from ball one. Lahiru Milantha not able to get runs.
Just a hard length, but again that movement as well took the ball away from the hitting arc of Milantha, and it just went straight up. Saif Badr is a brilliant fielder. That was way too easy for him. Second wicket for Najaf, and the chase is already stuttering. Lahiru Milantha walks back for 2. Knight Riders United 24 for 2.
A long discussion between skipper and bowler. In fact, it's got Joshua Trump a bit frustrated, waiting to face his first delivery. Very lengthy conversation. At an interesting time, knowing that their side is now 2 wickets up. 2 straight, picked off the pads. Joshua Trump has opened up his account. Comes back for 2 runs.
Well. Task doesn't get easier for the chasing team. The Knight Riders United 2 out of 2 coming into the final day of the group stages. Could well be heading home. Such was the cutthroat nature of this competition.
Cutthroat indeed. Every game mattered. We'd said that from the beginning. Every single game was going to be important. This time driven down the ground, not timed as well as you'd have liked. It'll get off the mark. Last delivery. Two straight again. Gets a good piece of it this time around. And they'll finish the over with a boundary. It's 3 overs gone, 31 for 2.
Been talking about the cutthroat competition here, and it's so difficult for players now to break into those big teams and then into the national team. There's a lot of cricket happening, and there's a lot of opportunities for youngsters. Some of the youngsters, they get to play at under 11 levels, which is very early and which is very good. So there's some breaking news on that front as well. The USA Cricket Youth 2025 Georgia Hub Under 11 competition. ACA Lions have scored 562 runs for 1 wicket in one of those games. 562 runs, all of that just for one. As we watch the next ball pushed into the gap. And in and around the Atlanta circles, this very popular young kid, Kunj Patel, has made 360 of those at under 11 level. 121 balls, 51 fours, and 16 sixes as we watch this one carded away. Talking about sixes, this is a much needed maximum. Knight Riders United need to really step up on the gas. As we look at it again, into out. This is one of the most beautiful and aesthetically pleasing strokes in cricket.
Not very easy to do either through that offside. We're talking about an under 11 prodigy though here, aren't we?
Absolutely. And I've seen him up close and personal at him at work. Very hard worker, but then he's just got so much natural talent. People who know him, 360 is a staggering number, but they'll be hardly surprised, because if anyone could have done it, it could be him. Kudos to you, young man. A lot of hard work from the parents as well, as you can understand. It's not easy. A lot of time and effort is dedicated towards that. So, dare I say, remember the name, Kunj Patel. Just following up from a prodigy, scoring 100 in IPL, 14 years of age. Suryavanshi.
Cricket's a funny game because today he scored a duck.
It's a great leveler. It can.
And you need it sometimes, don't you? Especially when it's so young. You need.
This one has gone straight up. Krishnamurthy will get his name on the bowling card. Easy take. And this is all going south for the Knight Riders United.
Oh, another one bites the dust as this one goes high up in the air. Tried to muscle it, got a leading edge, and a good catch in the end. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, part of the runs, now part of the wicket takers. It's 38 for 3 after 3.5.
Off the edge. It may not run away. Sanjay Krishnamurthy. Well. The run rate is not too bad actually after 4 overs, 39, but the wickets is the problem. 3 down in 4 overs.
And as expected, when you're chasing such a large total, out into the middle, trying to get some runs. It's a thick outside edge. In fact, it's thick enough to just get it past the fielder at slip. Sushant is going to survive. He opens up his account with a single. 4 overs gone. 39 for 3. Into the 5th over. Knight Riders United in a bit of trouble. They need a partnership. And they need a partnership pretty quickly. Joshua Trump in double digits now off the 5 deliveries. But a lot of work to be done still. Can't quite get it away, Sushant. That did sit up quite nicely for him as well. It's going to be a dot ball. So what's the plan later today? Where are you heading out to dinner?
Well, you came up with a recommendation. Will we have enough energy to go?
Well, we don't have a ride anymore to go to town. Our rides decided to ditch us.
Just go to a kid's birthday party. Come on, Smith Patel.
Well, it wasn't a kid's birthday party. Apparently, it's Manang Patel's birthday party.
Okay.
That's going to
My
be
bad.
wide.
My bad. I thought I heard something along the lines of being a kid's birthday party.
Oh no, I asked him if it was a kid's birthday party, and he said, no, it's Manang's birthday party.
Well, Monarch is one of his best friends, so we can let him off with that one.
I think so. We'll allow it this time. This time only, though. So now, I'm thinking Subway for dinner. Simple.
Anything goes with me. We'll find out with Lenny what he wants to do. Let's get a recommendation from Barber, our production head.
It sums up the day right now.
Abdullah Qadri, in the meantime, has gotten away with 3 dot balls, whilst we're figuring out what we want for our dinner. Oh dear.
Well,
I know
maybe tomorrow
you
we can check out that restaurant that's coming as a recommendation.
We need to. Definitely.
Pulled away with some conviction and just doesn't have the distance. It's the youngster who holds on to the catch. Srivastava, he's quite a talent, the young man. And he's held the position at which he took the catch as he walks into the middle. It's going to be yet another wicket for the Riders.
They've dug themselves a hole and it's getting deeper by the minute. Reverse cup, Aussie style. The youngster looked very, very confident under the high ball. And the procession continues for the Knight Riders United. Now they're 39 for 4. Well, Knight Riders United have been pinning their hope one after the other. 4 have gone down. Can Ali Sheikh do it today? This is a big shout, a massive shout. Ali got turned around. Abdullah Qadri cannot believe it. Had a little word with Ali. The young lad doesn't have to do anything with that, Abdullah.
That's a very optimistic shout as well. Looked like it was very high, potentially going down leg as well. At first glance, very optimistic. Definitely had a lot of height on it. Do you think it was closer than that?
Yeah, there was height, but it was pretty straight. Yeah, I get it, because it hit him above the knee roll, although on the back leg.
Picked up and put away. This is a massive shot. Ali Sheikh coming in and trying to strike the ball. Well, from ball 2, we'll say. The first one almost had him back in the pavilion.
Hit it straight in our direction, slamming into our media center where the commentary box is. Have a look at that. Just a short arm jab, not much of a flourish. And that's where we are, just up above those 2 windows. We've had a strike earlier on which went over our commentary box and landed into the other field. That was a massive one.
Yeah, I was actually on my break, standing right outside. Watch it sailed over my head. Through the offside this time, and he's picked the gap beautifully. In fact, this is a tracer bullet as it runs away for 4 runs.
Beautiful strike. Ali Sheikh is in good form. He played an absolute gem of a knock yesterday. 40 out of just 15 deliveries, which proved the key. And here, he's just gone out of the blocks rapidly here. This is a terrific strike. Over has come to a conclusion. 50 rather for 4 after 5. Like I said, they're keeping up with the run rate, but the 4 wickets is the problem. 10 and over, not a bad effort at all for the first 5 overs. 2 wickets too many in my opinion. Probably 3 wickets too many. 50 for 1. I would have thought the game would be on.
It's the youngster, of course, Srivastava, coming in with the ball. Very talented young kid. Wanting to make sure that he's got the right field setting.
What's Ali Sheikh's areas now? The breeze is not as strong as it has been for most part of this tournament. Straight hit is on the cards.
Across the line, it's swept, and it's swept well. It's gone all the way, in fact, for 6 runs. Bit too straight from the youngster.
But how about that for intent from Ali Sheikh? Really, his team is down and out, and he's come out swinging. He's found the middle of the bat quite regularly. Another sweet strike. He's tall, he's strong. Got down on one knee, and now he's got 16 of 4.
Some more discussions now out in the middle. It's really interesting that they have had as many discussions as they have. They're 4 wickets into this batting lineup of the Knight Riders, and you'd think with as many runs on the board they would feel a bit more confident in themselves. It's a slower delivery. It's completely undone him. This is a great change-up from the youngster, and great work by the keeper as well, as this is going to result in the stumping. A really quick innings comes to an end.
That is a classic piece of cricket. This was a terrifically flighted delivery. It had everything, and Ali felt like he was going to get to the pitch of the ball. The ball dipped at the last minute. Ali was stranded, and the ball landed, turned. The wicketkeeper, despite the fumble, was able to recover very quickly. This is terrific work as well. And Ali Sheikh is gone. There's no shame in hiding, because this was terrific piece of bowling from Srivastava.
Oh, and great to see that he's held his temperament after getting smashed for 6 the ball before. 5.3 overs gone. It's 57 for 5. New batter out in the middle with Shrivastava. Picks up a wicket as well, the youngster. He is another one of those young, talented players in the US.
It'll be worth having another look at that dismissal because this was right out of the top drawer when it comes to spin bowling. Probably we'll just have a look at that. When we see that replay, you'd see that he's done the batter with the flight, and then when the ball lands, it turns and bounces away. There you go. Look at the flight. The ball hung in the air, but then when it landed, it turned so sharply. Ali had no answers, who was in good form. It's one for the archives. 6 done, 57 for 5. Abdullah Qadri resumes, decides to bowl round the wicket, left arm round the wicket. Both the brothers are in. Well, in fact, he's continuing bowling over the wicket. Matthew Trump and Joshua Trump, what can they do?
Well,
Can they rescue their team?
when you're 5 down, just 58 runs on the board, it's a hard hole to dig out of. They'll pick up a single.
I have to give it to the Knight Riders though. Every one of their batters that have come out, they come out with intent. They're going hard at it. They may come second best, but you cannot fault their intent. So far, 7 of them have come out, and all of them have done that. That's the right way to play cricket in this day and age.
Oh, there's no reward if there's no risk in it either. I see so often people want to come in and just bat it out when they know they can't win. But what is the concept of batting out and why if there's no intent?
Hits it hard into the ground, couldn't pierce the field. Smashed away, just short of the fielder. Quickly gone back for the second run. There was a slight hesitation from the fielder. Smashed away again into the deep. Good bit of fielding. It's Mohsin once again. 7 done, 62 for 5. Mohsin has been welcomed at the bowling crease with a maximum. This is great intent, like I just said, on the part of the Knight Riders United, both the Trump brothers. This was a gift though, and a very generous Mohsin offers that gift. I think it will be a free hit loading as well. Pretty close to 10 runs and over. This has gone up, way up, and it's gone a long way. Back-to-back sixes for Joshua Trump. Is there some fire in the belly for the Knight Riders United? They've got something left in the tank. They don't want to die wondering here.
He's picked that up beautifully.
13 of 1 delivery. And if you look at the required run rate and the current run rate, they're just neck to neck.
Very intelligent batting this from the Trump brothers. We've got the 6, and they've rotated the strike. Keep the momentum going. I'm sure they communicate well, the two of them. Have a good brotherly understanding.
Well, Smith Patel in our commentary box told us how similar they were in terms of how much weight they can lift, how fast they can run. And this is the grades as well, all exactly the same.
But they are technically identical.
But can they be identical in cricket? That's what my question was. Terrific golfers as well. Probably they need to get that golf swing going, get a couple of overs with 20 runs worth, and we'll probably put some pressure back. It's a long way to go though. Can they keep up for another 12.2 overs? That's exactly what they need to do.
Innings of 56 of 32 against Harris Rauf and Pat Cummins. Not out. 56 of 32? Not out.
Matthew, Josh. We'll talk about the pedigree and profile of these two brothers. Joshua Trump hit an half century, 56 of 32 balls against the likes of Pat Cummins and Harris Rauf in the Major League Cricket. That is some going against two of the very top bowlers. Well, Pat Cummins, probably one of the all-time greats, as over has concluded from Mohsin, 14 off of it. 76 for 5. Swing and a miss. The old cliche will never get old. You miss, I hit. Joshua Trump has been taken care of.
Well, it's been a procession of wickets, and unfortunately for Joshua Trump, who was looking so good in the previous over, this is right through the gates. And you can't blame the man for trying. He needed runs to keep his side in this contest. Unfortunately, that's going to result into the 6th wicket. 76 for 6 after 8.1.
Rahman Dar is the new man in.
6 down and in all sorts of trouble here. The Knight Riders United. It was expected once we started to see that score start to climb past that 200 mark. A lot of scoreboard pressure in the slot. And Matthew Trump continues where his brothers left off. This is well placed and it goes all the way for 6 runs. You mentioned it, you got to give credit where credit's due, and they've certainly come out swinging and with full intent.
Yeah, it's been very entertaining, this run chase, although, I mean, Knight Riders United would be disappointed, but for a neutral, it is action-packed. They're going for it full throttle, and nothing is perturbing them. No partnerships. The fall of wicket has been consistent, but they are not holding back.
If you're going to go down, you go down swinging.
10 out of 10 for the attitude, I'll have to say.
Could be trouble, could be trouble. Sent back.
Just in time. Inside edge on to the pad. The ball is flying all around. This time the throw came to the striker end. Nine done. 84 for 6. 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 And the big strike. The wickets continue to tumble straight in hand. Another wicket for Harish. And now 7 wickets are down. They're going down swinging. But I think that will be the end of the road for Knight Riders United, as they failed in this run chase. Still a long way to go and only 3 wickets left.
Things are getting bad as we speak. Wickets continuing to tumble, and this time it's Matthew Trump going across the line, managing to find the fielder in the deep. Well taken catch, and the youngster Srivastava picks up yet another wicket to his name. 7 for 2, great bowling figures, 9.1 done. It's 84 for 7. The worm just starting to fall down now here for the Knight Riders United. Too many wickets in quick succession. 7 down and still a long way away from the target of 212. Credit to the batting from the Clarion Eagles today to get themselves in such a strong position. It's through him. And quite lucky to have survived that. Usman out on his first delivery. Out in the middle, that is.
Such a long batting lineup. Someone like Usman Rafiq coming at number 9.
Big shout.
Out of exuberance from the youngster. Very difficult to get a leg before from that angle with that line. But I like the action. He's got a beautiful off-spin bowler's action. Have a look at that.
I was going to get off the mark here with a single.
Usman Rafiq, being an off-spinner himself, would really appreciate what he's seeing at the other end. Now into coaching. Usman will be keeping an eye on the resources available that he may be working with in the near future. This is a good matchup for the off-spinner. The left-hander. Slip is in place. Rahman Dar.
Worked into the leg side. Come back for 2 runs. Difficult day today as well for the players. The last couple of days they've had to deal with strong winds and overcast conditions. Today it's that hot, humid Texan air. Slapped away through the covers. It's going to find the boundary. Finishes the over with the boundary. Next halfway point, 10 overs gone, 91 for 7.
It's the point stable for Group 1. Atlanta Fire is topping it at the moment, but Clarion Eagles, when they collect those 2 points that are so imminent, they will jump to the top of this group. So the standings will finalize with Clarion Eagles being the top and Atlanta Fire being the runner-up. Remember, the semi-finals will be a crisscross affair. Group 1's winner, which is Clarion Eagles, will take on the number 2 team, the runner-up in Group 2, and Atlanta Fire will take on the winner of Group 2. You may get to see that Group 2 in a minute as well.
Into the leg side this time, back of a length. Not as short as he's made it look. Usman. Come across for another single. Still keeping that scoreboard ticking.
And that's the Group 2 situation at the moment. Mustangs Cricket Academy, Seattle Thunderbolts with 2 points with 3 games completed.
Oh my God.
Are pretty much out of the competition. Oh, leading edge away from the fielder. Mustang Cricket Academy, they are well on their way to victory.
No, it's
Plenty to play for in that group at the moment, but Group 1 looks to be pretty settled after this dominant performance from Clarion Eagles. This one is in the air, but the fielder will not get to the ball. Over the fence it went, and the fun continues. Usman Rafiq this time gets his first maximum.
quite a strike this from Usman Rafiq. Clears his front leg, helped that it was a full toss and dispatched it to the long off boundary. Fighting the lone battle is Usman Rafiq.
Swung it away. Another 6. Well, the big hitting continues. We've seen so many big hits in this game, and that's back-to-back 6s.
Is it too soon to say, is there another twist in the tail? Pun intended.
Well, if you look at the score line at the moment, they're keeping up with the required run rate, but I think they're about 4 to 5 wickets down too many. Yeah, Usman Rafiq. Remandar is lefty. If you look at the comparisons, there's not a lot in it. It's just the number of wickets. 7 wickets.
Remandar is no slouch with the bat. He was the highest scorer in the under-19 competition in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, 2021 or 2022. Topped the run charts, and it had all those stars, under-19 stars in the mix. Sai, Ali Sheikh, Rahul Jariwala, Ishan Sharma, Ritwik Behra. It was a golden generation of those under-19 players.
You bring into equation the Knight Riders lineup as well. Remandar batting at number 8. Usman Rafiq himself very capable batting at number 9. This is a long batting lineup. Here goes another one. This is hat-trick of 6s. Probably the best of the lot. Right in the slot and dismissed.
He just hammers it, fetches it from outside the off stump, and away she goes, sailing over the ropes.
They're really giving it a good go. But like I said before, these two, look at their batting lineup, what they had. Lahiro Milantha, Noman Anwar, the likes of Sushant Madani, Matthew and Joshua Trump, Ali Sheikh himself.
The question is, can he keep going?
For such a long period, you would think it's unlikely, although cricket is a funny game. Anything can happen, but there is only one way they can get to that target. One is continue to bat the way they are, and second, not to lose wicket, not to lose any more wicket.
Usman Rafiq inflicting the same pain, the same ordeal that he went through. An hour back, an hour and a half back. He went for 48 out of his 4 overs.
Let's another look at all 3 of his strikes. First one was a low full toss, second a length delivery, pace off, and the third one was right on the slot. And long levers, he's really giving it a good go. Now Harish is under pressure. One delivery still to go. Current run rate of 10.25, the required run rate of just over 11.
What are the odds, Faisal Shah? This one is going over the fence. 4 and 4. Remember the name.
Well, the Knight Riders United batters have come out and they have made a statement. It's all or nothing. So that is my prediction for the next ball. They're looking to take down the bowlers or getting taken down. There's no half measures.
Usman Rafiq having a P collar on the ground before he sets his stance.
Goes again. Excellent work in the deep. We'll
I
save
would
the
want to
boundary.
take a look at the replay. Was it touching the rope? Shake of the head from my producer.
Yeah, it's a difficult angle to grab for our cameraman. But generally in these games, the fielder's word is the final word because the umpires are so far and no use of technology. But an expensive over. 21 came off of it. 11 gone, 112 for 7. Saif Badr in animated discussions with Srivastava and Harmeet Singh. Believe it or not, Harmeet Singh, this is the second game that I'm seeing. One of the previous game, Harmeet didn't even get a chance to bowl. Such is the strength and depth of Clarion Eagles. But really impressive performance from young Srivastava. Usman Rafiq looking for that lap just behind the keeper. Not much of a percentage there because short third is there, 45 was there. Even there's a deep fine leg as well, just behind square to the right of our comm box.
Oh,
look at the prodigious turn and bounce from the youngster from around the wicket.
some purchase the wicket has got to offer to the young lad.
Couldn't get to the pitch of the ball, probably knocked the thick inside edge onto his own toe or ankle. He's in pain, Usman Rafiq. That's a painful blow. I don't know, Smith, if you ever had that inside edge.
Yeah, from Fani Simadri.
Did you?
No, that wasn't an inside edge. That hit the nail on the head.
But this gathers space, you know, these inside edges onto your ankle.
Yeah, they do gather pace.
Off the edge, and it's really painful. Swung away. Plenty of chasing of the leather for the Knight Riders United. In fact, Clarion Eagles, who despite taking 7 wickets, really travelling the journey, going at more than 10 and over. This was a sweet strike from Rahman Dar, getting down on one knee. Beautiful strike.
Beautiful free-flowing bat lift. A slingy bat lift, reminiscent of the great Yuvraj Singh.
You talk about Yuvraj Singh. He was one of my favorite players. Such a languid bat swing, such elegance, even playing big shots. Hardly
What do you
seen it before
expect?
that.
Royalty.
That was royalty.
His name spelled royalty. Yuvraj, the Prince Charming of Indian cricket.
But I'm going to alert you to some youngster coming through in India. I'll dig out his name. I watched him in Under-19 Asia Cup. He scored a half century against Pakistan.
I know who you're talking about. Came at number
Anand?
4 or 5.
Yeah, middle order bat.
And scored a half century in the game that India lost.
Yeah, but he batted
Lefty.
beautifully. And he had that tall presence like Yuvraj and that languid bat swing. You watch royalty in bowling at the moment, especially finger spin. Srivastava is special, I can tell you that.
He's a batting all-rounder.
The
But
potential as an off spinner is immense. The way
it's a dying art, isn't it?
absolutely, that's why that catches the eye more than the batting, because there's so many good batters around, and it's a batter's game. But to be able to,
People
He's-
say off-spin is the easiest thing to do in cricket.
well, ordinary off spin is the easiest thing to do. Good off spin is as difficult as
it
anything.
gets. I'll take half a samosu. Portion, bro, portion.
Well, it's a sorry-looking scorecard for the Knight Riders United. 22 for Said Abdul at the top, 27 for Joshua Trump. Ali Sheikh, he only managed a 16 off 5. It was a quick 16. Didn't waste a lot of time. Try to get a bit of positivity in their batting. Unfortunately, he fell to the youngster Srivastava. And he got the 2 out in the middle. And Usman, 22 off 11. Rahman, 14 off 8. Required run rate well ahead of what they're going at. You gotta hand it to them. They're still sitting at about 9.5 runs and over, despite losing 7 wickets. Good intent from absolutely everyone in the order, regardless of whether they were able to kick on or not. An equation 93 still required.
Najaf Shah. Najaf Shah.
Najaf Shah comes back into the attack.
It's the old war horse. Syed Najaf Shah into the attack.
We're going to have an injury as well. I think he might have just pulled something through that run.
Is it cramps?
It is a very hot day today.
We're in the comfort of this AC. Aircon. What do they
Yes.
call in Canada? Aircon?
Just the AC.
AC. Australian people say it's aircon.
They do. They like to have nicknames for everything as well.
All right, mate.
Ah, there it is. He seems to have done it right about 3 steps into his run. And you can see him hobbling over the line. It'd be very interesting to see if he's going to continue here. He is in a lot of pain. And while the players get hydrated, we're going to take a short break. Well, back into the action. Usman Rafiq getting a little bit of treatment. Looks like he's just pulled up a bit. It is a very hot day here in Houston. And that's pulled away into the leg side. Very wayward delivery. Oh, this could be trouble. Needed a better throw.
He's hobbling.
He's hobbled across for 2 runs, and I think he's going to go down again. He is under a lot of immense pressure and pain.
Surely not another stoppage.
Well, I'm just wondering if it's even worth it for him to be out there. It might be safer to retire himself, retired hurt. Don't want to exasperate an injury. Needed a better throw, and he would have been back in the pavilion. Flicked away. And Usman Rafiq is saying this better go to the boundary, because I don't have it in me to run the runs anymore.
It's been that kind of a day, isn't it? Just whips it off his leg.
Oh, he can save his legs as this one does reach the boundary. 4 runs picked up.
It's been that kind of a day. It sucked the life out of the players. It sucked the life out of the groundsmen as well.
It tends to happen when it's so hot and humid. Your hydration levels start to drop, and it is very hot outside. Haven't seen much of this in the tournament so far. Backing away this time, it's a full toss. Can't quite get it through the infield.
He'd be kicking himself.
The morning teams are going to be thinking we're lucky to have played early in the day, because they didn't have to deal with the sun or the heat. They'll be a bit more fresh for the next round of games.
And it's the Houston sun. Comes scorching down on you.
Actually got to use my sun hat today, which I've been carrying around for the last 2 days.
I like the color.
Thank you.
What shade of pink is it?
It's more of a peach, I would say, or a blush. I think you've just learned 2 new colors.
You girls are so good with colors. Peach I knew.
Peach you knew. Blush is a bit, it's got a tinge of brown in the peach, put it that way. There's so many colors, wonderful colors in the world.
The only blush I knew is a verb.
You mean like to blush
To
when you're...
blush.
No, it's a color as well. One of the newer colors, in fact. Picked up a lot of popularity over the years.
Talking about blushes, Usman and Rahman are saving the Knight Riders some blushes.
And speaking of that, that is going to be a commentator's curse. Usman Rafiq hobbling around for the last few deliveries. He had to go big, and unfortunately he didn't go big enough. This is going to be yet another wicket. Good catch in the deep. It was dying as well. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, I think, the fielder. And that's going to result in the 8th wicket. 128 for 8 after 12.5. Eight wickets down here. Knight Riders United wouldn't have been expecting, I should say, to find themselves in this position, staring down the barrel hole at an exit into or out of the Houston Open 2025.
The wheels slowly coming off the Knight Riders chase. The wheels slowly coming off the Knight Riders chase. Jesse Singh is no mark with the bat.
Cutaway, it's a slight misfield. Takes the pace off the ball though in the process. Are you surprised that Jesse Singh comes this low into the order on this team? He can be a very handy bat. I've seen him strike a few lusty blows. 13 gone, 130 for 8.
He would certainly bat ahead of Yasir Mohammed.
Hit a couple of great shots against Bangladesh in that series last year.
In the 50 over games. Okay. In the prelude to the World Cup, the series, the prelude to the World Cup, yeah. We're missing Ali Khan's energy in this tournament to lift things up.
Oh, this has gone up in the air. Should be a soft dismissal, and it is a soft dismissal. It's going to be the end of Rehman. 21 off 12 deliveries, and the 9th one bites the dust.
It was the googly. Dar not deciphering the googly. Turning away. Catches the top edge. And it's curtains for Rehman Dar after a shot blitz. After a shot 21 run blitz of 11 balls. It's Mr. 100, Raza Hassan.
And he's also the last man standing in the way of the Clarion Eagles, sailing home with an emphatic win. It's going to be a big win if they're able to pick up this wicket quick enough.
That turned quite a bit, though, given the angle, given his bowling around the wicket, and this googly, turned a fair bit.
Did you say you bowled? Did you say you bowled at all?
No, batted.
No bowling whatsoever.
By chucking off spinners.
Not even some filthy off spin. It's funny how the off spin is always the fallback for almost every batter.
But I believe I had a good mind to be a bowler. Not necessarily a good physique to be a bowler.
Good physique to be a bowler.
Yeah.
What is a good physique for a spin bowler?
Rubber fingers?
Oh, but that comes with time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That flexibility in your fingers comes with time.
I didn't want to go through the toil.
Fair enough.
But you could sense what's your stronger suite, right? You can sense what's your stronger
I
suite.
think you could make something your stronger suite if you work on it, or your stronger suit if you work on it.
Yeah.
And if you work on it enough and you invest enough time into it, Get some of those variations going, your consistency. Similar to batting, I suppose. You'd have to work at that too.
But you have to have that baseline, right? You have to have that baseline, and only then you can build on it. What if you don't even have that baseline?
Well, you don't when you're a kid. You're starting from somewhere. I think you should give yourself a bit more credit.
Yeah.
Now I actually want to throw the ball to you to see if you can bowl. However filthy the off spin is.
Sorry?
However filthy the off spin is, I want to see what you can do with the ball.
Let's go.
14
After-
overs gone. It's 131 for 9.
What did you bowl?
Off spin. Yeah.
Let's see who turns it more.
Let's see. I don't think I ever turned it a lot. I was able to get some
You
good...
gotta give that rip.
I'd like to believe I've got a really decent action, actually.
I had a friend actually, way back in Anand, and when I used to stand at the non-strikers end, I could hear the ball whizzing, you know, and he was an off spinner. So imagine the number of revs he would have imparted.
So I don't know if you're
But
aware...
that guy got called out for chucking.
Well, maybe it's one of the reasons why you could hear the whizzing.
Yeah. And we used to be in awe, you know, because we've always heard Muralidharan whizzing the ball through. And here was this guy.
So I'm not sure if a lot of people know this or not, but when you're playing men's cricket compared to women's cricket, the ball size is different. The weight is different and the size is different.
Okay. Is it
And-
called... Is it the same as the youth ball, as they call it?
No, it's not actually a youth ball. It's an in-between. And when you play a lot of men's cricket, you're playing with the bigger ball. And when you've got small hands and small fingers, gripping that ball is very hard. And then when you go to play women's cricket, now that ball, because you're so used to trying to hold a bigger ball, your fingers are readjusting to a smaller ball.
Well,
And
you
a
learn
lot of-
something new every day.
And a lot of women do start their careers playing in men's cricket, so it is an adjustment. This is why we say juniors should not be playing with adult-sized balls as well, because it's just they don't have the hands big enough to be able to do that. If you're
But
gonna
if you're able to do that, then you'd be bossing around with a smaller ball.
But this is where we're wrong with our coaching. This is exactly what the issue is. It's like me sending you out in gigantic pads, a gigantic helmet, and a very heavy bat. To give success to kids, you've got to give them the right conditions.
Sachin Tendulkar batted with a very heavy bat.
Sachin is a 1 in a billion.
That's true too.
We don't want 1 in a billion.
Yeah.
We want more in a billion.
And you know, he did that out of compulsion. He used to bat with his brother's who was 8 or 10 years older than him.
I mean, listen, you know, it's worked out for him.
Yes.
But there have been so many more along the way that it's not worked out for. And what we want is we want to see maximum
It worked out,
participation.
but it broke his bat at the age of 26.
We're talking one man.
No, he broke his back.
No, I
Yeah.
understand. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is
Yeah.
we're talking one man.
Of course.
But what we want if we're growing the sport is
Yeah.
we want many
Many.
players. Oh, he batted with a pretty heavy bat too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, this is beautifully struck down the ground. He's gotten a hold of this, and it's going to go all the way for 6 runs. There's still a little bit of fight left in this side. Knight Riders United, they want to get as many runs on the board as they can. Jesse Singh getting a hold of that. This is exactly why in juniors cricket we try and urge the junior setups to readjust the length of the pitch, the size of the ball, the boundary sizes, because it's just not conducive to their age and their development. It does them more harm than it does them good. Like you said, Sachin broke his back. These are injuries that have been taking time to get
Over
there.
the years. Progressive injuries.
Progressive injuries.
And can be chronic as well.
A lot of people ruin longevity in sport because of this. A lot of coaches ruin a lot of careers this way, in fact. This is where player workload management is also very important, especially when you're talking about your fast bowlers, the number of balls that they're delivering.
Have you thought of writing coaching papers?
Believe it or not, I'm actually in the middle of designing the coaching curriculum with Sport Canada as we speak. So our national coaching certification program does not have cricket under its belt yet, so we're currently designing the coaching curriculum for cricket to be accessible for people across the country through Sport Canada. There's so much to it, though. I mean, even now, I feel like there's so much information that you could still continue to learn. So you really did know that the women play with a smaller ball?
No, I didn't, I guess. Might have heard about it, but it would escape my mind. I didn't know about the shorter wicket, shorter pitch.
Not for the women. For the kids.
Is it 22 yards? I
Yep.
think for women as well?
Yeah, the
Okay.
pitch is the same. The boundary sizes are brought in, but for juniors we recommend that you modify the pitch length because young bowlers don't have the shoulder strength to be able to get the ball all the way. And what they try to do is exert force on that shoulder, and their body just isn't developed enough. This is where you start to get those rotator cuff injuries. You start to get those back injuries because they haven't built the muscle tone for that.
I have a treasure hunt, guys.
What does the winner get?
A piece of leather.
Oh, the umpires have joined into the action. Actually, it's quite interesting when we talk about the development of athletes over the age or over the period. And a lot of the charts are based a little bit differently for girls and boys, partly because girls hit puberty faster, so they grow faster in the early years than boys do. And sometimes you might come across a 12-year-old, 11-year-old boy who's bowling good pace, and then all of a sudden he loses nick, and you're starting to wonder what's happened. How have you forgotten how to bowl? But it could be something as simple as he's grown 4 inches in the last 2 months, and he's had a growth spurt. He's not used to the new body. He hasn't developed the muscles to support the length of the bones now. And all of that is part of giving them that time to be able to adjust to the new body and to be able to adjust to the growth that they're going through.
Very well summarized for our audiences.
Thank you. I think we found the leather. I'm not sure who found it.
I'm not sure who the winner is
I don't know who the winner is.
of the Prairie View treasure hunt.
The Prairie View treasure hunt. I like it.
PTH.
I think we're going to use it every time a ball goes in there now. 14.4 overs in. It's 138 for 9. And that's going to be a very big wide. Credit to the wicketkeeper. Diving effort to get the ball into the gloves.
The game's just meandering along, isn't it? Long shadows.
Low full toss. It was very wide. And Jesse
It's
Singh has holed out in the deep. Wanted to go for another maximum like he did a couple of deliveries ago. Just manages to find the hands of the fielder. That's going to be the end of the innings, and it's going to be the end of the Knight Riders United. Their tournament comes to an end here at Houston Open 2025 as they don't continue into the semifinals. This game is rounded up, And the Riders United manage 138 as they're bowled out in 14.5 overs. Clarion Eagles win this contest by 73 runs with 32 deliveries to spare.
It's been an exciting day's cricket, isn't it? 4 games at the Houston Open here, powered by Crick Center. And the sun is setting in Houston. And so did the Knight Riders as they bow out of the tournament.
We'll take a quick look at the batting scorecard. The openers inside Abdullah managing double digits, 22. Unfortunately, a lot of single digits in there. Some of them coming out in full force in terms of intent. The batters trying to get as many runs as they can. Unfortunately, those wickets kept on falling thanks to scoreboard pressure and partially thanks to some decent bowling. 22 off 12 from Syed Abdullah. Joshua Trump manages double digits with 27. Ali Sheikh 16. Ramandar 21. Usman Rafiq handy 23 off 13. Batted through a lot of cramps later in his innings as well before he fell short and was caught in the deep. 139 is what they're bowled out for, Knight Riders United. The bowling, on the other hand, fairly tidy, apart from Sanchit Sandhu, who went for 18 in his 1 over. Everyone else fairly tidy. Syed Najib Shah picking up 4 wickets for his 3 overs. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, Abdullah Kedai, Mohammad Mohsin, Harish Kakani, each picking up a wicket, and the youngster Utkar Srivastava picking up 2 wickets to his name. The game is wrapped up, and 72 runs is the margin that the Clarion Eagles have won this contest by. We take a quick look at the points table. The Eagles now at the top of Group 1. They've picked up 4 points, a very healthy net run rate as well, thanks to this big win right now. And Atlanta Fire in second place, tied for points, all 3 teams. And it comes down to the net run rate. It's going to be Clarion Eagles and Atlanta Fire to continue into the semifinals. We're going to wrap up this day of action here at the Houston Open 2025. And we'll see you right back again tomorrow morning as we take on some more cricket. Thanks for tuning in, and goodbye for now.